يوم الدين إياك نعبد وإياك نستعين اهدنا الصراط المستقيم صراط الذين أنعمت عليهم غير المغضوب عليهم ولا الضالين اللهم صل على سيدنا محمد وعلى آل سيدنا محمد كما صليت على إبراهيم وبارك محمد وعلى آل محمد كما باركت على إبراهيم وعلى آل إبراهيم في العالمين إنك حميد مجيد ربنا ظلمنا أنفسنا وإن لم تغفر لنا وترحمنا لنكونن من الخاسرين اللهم اغفر لنا ذنوبنا ولوالدينا وارحمهم كما ربيانا صغيرا اللهم اغفر للمؤمنين والمؤمنات والمسلمين والمسلمات الأحياء منهم والأموات اللهم وفقنا لما تحب اللهم اهدنا إلى ما فيه خير وسلاح لأمة الإسلام ولبنسمر يا الله يا رحمن وصلى الله تعالى على سيدنا محمد وعلى آله وصحبه وسلم الحمد لله.
Mga kababayan, ang pambansang awit ng Pilipinas.
Katolikano.
Kayang magiliw, telas ng sinakalan, alam ng puso, sa titik mo'y buhay. Lupang hinirang, tuyag ka ng magiting, sa mandulupin, di ka pasisingin, sa nagatak tutok sa simoy at sa langit ng pagkaw, ay hinang tulang awit sa pagkayang minamahal. Ang isla ng matawad mo'y tagumpay na naghihingi, ang bituin at araw niya kailan pa may maghihingi. Lumalang araw ng marhabing pagsinta, mo'y langit sa piling ko. Ang inigaya na pagkay mga api, ang mamatay ng dahil sa'yo.
Simula noon hanggang ngayon, isa ang naging layon. Magkaisa at magbuklod, karitingan ay marugdod. Tumayo tayo mula sa hamon ng nakaraan, niyapos ang panganib na umaanlang. Pinangako sa puso at paniniwala, ang ginhawa para sa kabataan. Bangsamoro ay tagumpay, bunga ng pawis, sugo at buhay. Kapayapaan, katarungan, ay atin nang nakamtan. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah.
Telugu. Telugu.
Bangsamoro, lagi kang mamahalin, walang pipigil sa damdamin, mga pangako'y tutuparin. Habang buhay kami sa'yo'y magbabantay, mananatili sa puso't isipan. Ang kahapon humimlay na nagbuwis ng buhay. ay ating nang nagantan. Alhamdulillah, alhamdulillah, pagpalain Bangsamoro.
The Secretariat is directed to determine the quorum for today's session.
Roll call of the honorable members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority Parliament. Abbas Ahmad, Abbas Harun, Abbas Basit, Abu Mujib, Alami Alaisa, Alauden Mosber, Ali Ibrahim, Ali Lanang Jr., Ali Edi, Patricia Harto, Amiruddin Abdulaziz, Tatuan Baintan, Anayatin Susana, Antaw Muhammad Kelly, Arnado Marian, Asnawi Dan, Babaw Ali Muntaha, Balindong Pangalian, Basman Anna Tarhata, Andaw Bay Male,
Present.
Dulanggalan Hasimi, Dumama Alba Shah Ilayha, Ibrahim Ahud, Ismail Soharto, Estino Matarol, Gayak Abdullah, Gera Edward, Haji Abdullah Khalid, Hasim Abdullah, Hasan Hatimil, Iqbal Mohager, Ismail Rasul, Yajuri Raisa, Jakilan Muslimin, Jikiri Al-Bakil, Kahalan Den Martin, Karon Faisal, Lim John Anthony, Long Benjamin, Long Don Mustafa, Lorena Jose, Makapar Abdullah, Makasalong Marjani, Makatanong Amrosi, Maglangit Tarhata, Malik Hamid, Mantawil Baileng, Mastura Ishaq, Matalang Jafar Apollo Mikael, Mawalil Amil Bahar, Mendoza Froilin,
Present.
Mitimbang Michael, Mitimbang Tawakal, Miswari Abdul Karim,
Present.
Miswari Nur Reda, Mitmog Rasol Jr., Munoz Hussein, Uranon Suwaid, Pakasam Obaida, Abdul Wahab, Pangandaman Nabila Margarita,
Present.
Francisco Randolph, Piang Ramon Sr., Ramos Jamila,
Present.
Said, Salik Ali, Sangki Ali, Sema Omar Yasser, Sema Romeo, Sheikh Said, Silungan Aida, Sinulinding Khalil Jr., Sulaiman Ali, Tago Paisalin, Tan Nabil, Usman Azfar, Uttu Basir, Uy Oyod Siti Fahani, Yaqub Muhammad.
Secretariat, please include the attendance of Deputy Speaker Lanang Ali Jr.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, with 48 members of the Parliament physically responded to the call and 6 responded via Zoom. We therefore have a total of 54 MPs present in today's session. Mr. Speaker, we certify the presence of quorum. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
With 54 members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority Parliament physically and virtually present, the 26th regular session, this 19th of July 2023, first day of Dhul-Hijjah 1444, is now called to order. Floor Leader.
Mike, hello. Meron. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My courtesies to the speaker who is in Zoom, Speaker Attorney Pangalian Balindong, the presiding officer, Deputy Speaker Attorney Omar Sema, my fellow members of the Parliament. Magandang hapon po sa ating lahat. Before we start, we would like to acknowledge the presence of visitors today. Mr. Danilo Langamin, School Board Chair and BOT President of Bongao Advent Academy Inc. from Bongao, Tawi-Tawi. Please rise. Welcome, sir. We also have Dato Israel Yusin Swat, Municipal Administrator, and Attorney Mohajiro M. Lauban, Acting Legal Officer of the Municipality of Dato Udin Sinswat. Welcome, sirs.
And I think the former city councilor, Dick Datumanong, is also with us today. We acknowledge your presence, sir.
Thank you very much. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I move to dispense with the reading of the journal of the previous session.
There is a motion to dispense with the reading of the journal of the previous session. It has been seconded. There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve the journal of the previous session subject to style.
It's a motion to approve the journal of the previous session subject to style. Any second? There being no objection, the motion is also approved.
Mr. Speaker, I beg the indulgence of the presiding officer and our members of the Parliament. I would like to move for the amendment of the order of business to include proposed resolution number 308 and proposed resolution 310, Mr. Speaker. Proposed resolution number 308 is entitled "A Resolution Expressing Utmost Condolences to the bereaved families of the 7 members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, MILF, who were killed in a raid last June 18, 2023, and joining their call for a fair, impartial, and speedy investigation." Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Proposed resolution number 308 and 310 covers the same subject.
Mr. Speaker, PR 310 is entitled "A Resolution Condemning the Raid that Led to the Killing of 7 Members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, MILF, calling for fair, impartial, and speedy investigation and requesting the return of the international monitoring team in the Bangsamoro region." Mr. Speaker.
The floor leader has moved for the amendment of today's order of business to include proposed resolution number 308 and proposed resolution number 310. The titles thereof have been stated by her. Any second? There being no objection, the motion is approved. The order of business for today is hereby amended.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On reference of business, bills on first reading, we have for today's session 9 proposed bills, Mr. Speaker. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title, the proposed bill numbers, the titles, the authors, co-authors sequentially, Mr. Speaker.
The Secretary General is directed to read the titles, the names of the authors and co-authors of all bills under first reading for today.
BTA Parliament Bill number 161 entitled "An Act Increasing the Bed Capacity of Low in Puti." Authors, members of the Parliament: Don Mustafa Long, Amil Bahar Mawalil, John Anthony Lim, Azbar Usman, and Eddie Ali. Co-authors, members of the Parliament: Liza Alamia, Bainta Nabatuan, Rasol Mitmug Jr., Suharto Ambuludto, Rasul Ismail, Susana Anayatin, Muhammad Kelly Antaw, Abdul Wahab Pak, Michael Mitimbang, Jamila Ramos, Ali Salik, Ramon Piang Sr., Al-Bakil Jikiri, and Jafar Apollo Mikael Matalang. BTA Parliament Bill number 162 entitled An Act Upgrading the Existing Parang District Hospital in the Municipality of Parang, Province of Sulu from a level 1 25-bed capacity hospital into a level 2 50-bed capacity district hospital, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Authors, members of the Parliament, Don Mustafa Loong, Amil Bahar Mawalil, Abdul Karim Miswari, Jose Lorena, Asbar Usman, Eddie Ali, and Nurreda Miswari. Co-authors, members of the Parliament, Liza Alamia, Baintan Ambatuan, Rasul Mitmug Jr., Soharto Ambuludto, Rasul Ismail, Susana Anayatin, Muhammad Kelly Antaw, Abdul Wahab Pak, Michael Mitimbang, Jamila Ramos, Ali O. Salik, Ramon Piang Sr., Albakil Jikiri, and Japar Apollo Mikael Matalam. BTA Parliament Bill number 163 entitled An Act Establishing a District Hospital in Languyan, Province of Tawi-Tawi, to be known as the Languyan District Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. Authors, members of the Parliament, Don Mustafa Loong, Amil Bahar Mawalil, John Anthony Lim, Eddie Ali, and Benjamin Loong. Co-authors, members of the Parliament, Liza Alamia, Bahintan ng Batuan, Rasul Mitmug Jr., Suharto Ambuludto, Rasul Ismail, Susana Anayatin, Muhammad Kelly Antaw, Abdul Wahab Pak, Michael Mitimbang, Jamila Ramos, Ali Salik, Ramon Piang Sr., and Japar Apollo Mikael Matalam. BTA Parliament Bill number 164 entitled An Act requiring all branches of popular chains of fast food restaurants operating in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao to properly label their food products and condiments as with pork, to distinguish them from food product and condiments which are non-pork, without pork, or without pork byproducts, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes. Authors, members of the Parliament, Haseme Dilangalen, Eddie Ali, Tawakal Mitimbang, and Michael Mitimbang. Co-authors, members of the Parliament, Nabil Tan, Muhammad Keri Antaw, Nurreda Miswari, Mujib Abu, Abdulaziz Aminuddin, Jamila Ramos, Bay Maleha Kandao, Don Mustafa Loong, Basir Uto, and Abdul Wahab Pak. BTA Parliament Bill number 165 entitled An Act Providing for a System of Initiative in the Bangsamoro and appropriating funds therefore. Author, member of the Parliament, Tarhata Maglangit. Co-authors, members of the Parliament, Abdulaziz Aminuddin, Dan Martin Kahalan, Hamid Malik, Abdul Karim Miswari, Nurreda Miswari, Randolph Percasio, and Bay Maleha Kandao. BTA Parliament Bill number 190 entitled An Act Creating the Municipality of Dato Balabaran, Sinsuat in the Province of Maguindanao del Norte, providing funds therefore and for other purposes. Author, member of the Parliament, Lanang Ali Jr. BTA Parliament Bill number 191 entitled An Act Creating the Municipality of Sheikh Abbas Hamza in the Province of Maguindanao del Norte, providing funds therefore and for other purposes. Author, member of the Parliament, Lanang Ali Jr. BTA Parliament Bill number 192 entitled An Act Governing the Observance of Regular and Special Holidays in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao, amending for the purpose Muslim Mindanao Autonomy Act number 17, otherwise known as an Act recognizing Muslim historical and religious events and all existing Muslim holidays in the arm and for other purposes. Author, the Government of the Day. BTA Parliament Bill number 196 entitled An Act Recognizing and Declaring the Bangsamoro Holidays to be observed in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region and for other purposes. Authors, members of the Parliament, Rasol Mitmug Jr. and Amel Bahar Mawalil. Co-authors, members of the Parliament, Alaisa Alamia, Suharto Ambuludto, Rasul Ismail, Don Mustafa Loong, Baintan Ampatuan, Eddie Ali, John Anthony Lim, Tarhata Maglangit, Kadir Sinulinding Jr., Haseme Dilanggalan, Randolph Barcasio, Ishak Mastura, Basir Utto, and Ibrahim Ali.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, on resolutions, messages, memorials, and communications, first is on the list is proposed resolution number 62. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title and the author.
The Secretariat is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 62, including the name of the authors and co-authors.
Proposed resolution number 62 entitled A Resolution Urging Marawi Rehabilitation Program Project Management Office, MRP PMO of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao to assess its existing programs in conducting a public consultation with the internally displaced persons, IDPs of Marawi City. Author, Member of the Parliament, Rasol Mitmug Jr.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer proposed resolution number 62 to the Special Committee on Marawi.
There's a motion to refer proposed resolution number 62 to the Special Committee on Marawi and is second. There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, next is proposed resolution number 98. May we request the Secretariat to please read the title, the author, and the co-authors.
Secretariat is directed as requested by the floor leader.
Proposed resolution number 98 entitled Resolution Requesting the Mindanao Development Authority, MINDA, to apprise the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, BTA Parliament, on the status of the implementation of the Mindanao River Basin Master Plan, especially on the identified priority development programs and projects. Author, Member of the Parliament, Baintan Ampatuan. Co-authors, members of the Parliament, Amel Bahar Mawalil, Laisa Alamia, Suharto Ambuludto, Don Mustafa Loong, Rasol Mitmug Jr., Rasul Ismail, Khalid Haji Abdowa, Japar Apollo Mikhail Matalam, and Basir Utto.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer proposed resolution number 98 to the Committee on Rules.
There's a motion to refer proposed resolution number 98 to the Committee on Rules. There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Next is proposed resolution number 226. Mr. Speaker, may we request the Secretary General to please read the title, the author, and the co-authors.
The Secretariat is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 226, including the name of the authors and co-authors.
Proposed resolution number 226 entitled A Resolution Requesting the Honorable Member of Parliament and Minister of the Ministry of Basic, Higher and Technical Education, MBHTE Muhager M. Iqbal, to establish a mechanism that guarantees streamlined transitional management of the Cotabato Foundation College of Science and Technology, CFCST, Ticket Extension Unit, now under the territorial jurisdiction of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Government, and proposing conditional arrangements between MBHTE and CST, such as but not limited to continued provisions of financial support to and management of the school by CST, with MBHT counterparting during the transition period, which may depend on the availability of separate funds for the school at the time of its turnover to MBHT, as may be further explored and agreed upon by the two parties without prejudice to related ideas or plans of the ministry. Author, Member of the Parliament, Muhammad Kayli Antaw. Co-authors, members of the Parliament, Tawakal Mitimbang, Mujib Abu, Basir Utto, and Suhaib Oranon.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer proposed resolution number 226 to the Committee on Basic, Higher and Technical Education.
There's a motion to refer proposed resolution number 226 to the Committee on Basic, Higher and Technical Education. There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Proposed resolution number 234 is up next, Mr. Speaker. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title, the author, and the co-authors.
The Secretariat is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 234, including the name of the authors and co-authors.
Proposed resolution number 234 entitled Resolution Directing the Ministry of Interior and Local Government, MILG, to adopt mechanisms that will ensure or encourage the membership of the representatives of the basic sectors in the Lupong Tagapamayapa or Lupon in its barangay in Barm. Author, Member of the Parliament, Don Mustafa Long. Co-authors, Members of the Parliament, Liza Alamia, Benjamin Long, Mahinta ng Batuan, Rasol Mitmo Jr., Amel Bahar Mawalil, Soharto Ambulutu, Rasol Ismael, John Anthony Lim, Hatimil Hasan, Bay Maliha Kandaum, Suwaib Oranon, Abdulaziz Aminuddin, Eddie Ali, Tawakal Mitimbang, Tarhata Maglangit, Nabila Margarita Pangandaman, Michael Mitimbang, Jose Lorena, Abdul Karim Miswari, and Norreda Miswari.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer proposed resolution number 234 to the Committee on Local Government.
The motion to refer proposed resolution number 234 to the Committee on Local Government has been seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is approved.
Next is proposed resolution number 237. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title, the author, and the co-authors.
The Secretariat is directed as requested by the floor leader.
Proposed resolution number 237 entitled Resolution calling on the constituent barangay local government units to consider allocating a minimum of 5% of the respective national tax allotment, NDA, for the implementation of the barangay justice system. Author, Member of the Parliament, Don Mustafa Loong. Co-authors, Members of the Parliament, Liza Alamia, Benjamin Loong, Bahintan ng Batuan, Rasol Mitmo Jr., Amil Bahar Mawalil, Soharto Ambulutu, Rasol Ismael, John Anthony Lim, Hatimil Hasan, Bay Maliha Kandaum, Suwaib Oranon, Abdulaziz Aminuddin, Eddie Ali, Tawakal Mitimbang, Tarhata Maglangit, Nabila Margarita Pangandaman, Michael Mitimbang, Jose Lorena, Abdul Karim Miswari, and Norreda Miswari.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer proposed resolution number 237 to the Committee on Local Government.
There's a motion to refer proposed resolution number 237 to the Committee on Local Government. It's been seconded. Hearing no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, next is proposed resolution number 308. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title, the author, and the co-authors.
The Secretariat is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 308, including the name of the authors and co-authors.
Proposed resolution number 308 entitled A Resolution Expressing Utmost Condolence to the bereaved families of the 7 members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, MILF, who were killed in a raid last June 18, 2023, and joining their call for a fair, impartial, and speedy investigation. Authors, members of the Parliament, Baileng Mantawil and Mary Ann Arnado. Co-authors, members of the Parliament, Tawakal Mitimbang, Basir Uto, Mujib Abu, Muhammad Kelly Antaw, Suhaib Oranon, Suharto Ismael, Ahmad Abbas, Abdawa Makapaar, Shah Ilayha Dumama Alba, Dan Asnawi, and Hussein Munoz.
Mr. Speaker, I move to treat proposed resolution number 308 as a simple resolution, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion to treat proposed resolution number 308 as a simple resolution be transferred to the business for the day. It's been seconded. There being no objection, the said proposed resolution is transferred to the business for the day.
Mr. Speaker, may we request Member of the Parliament, Baileng Mantawil, as principal author to deliver a sponsorship speech.
The lady from Cotabato City is recognized.
Yes, thank you very much. Distinguished member of the parliament, guests, staffs, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu. Today, I stand before you with a heavy heart, burdened by the weight of injustice and the pain of a grieving mother. The recent raid in Dato Paglas Town, Maguindanao del Sur, which claimed the lives of the 7 members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, demands our immediate attention and decisive action. Imagine the anguish of a mother, Mirinda Madidis Hussain, as she recounts the horrifying events of that fateful night. She speaks of a gunshots ringing through the darkness, of fear and confusion engulfing her home. She pleads for justice for her sons who fell victim to an operation that was meant to bring peace and security, but instead left her with nothing but grief. As representatives of the Bangsamoro people, it is our solemn duty to protect their rights, to ensure their safety, and to seek justice when these rights are violated. We cannot turn a blind eye to the atrocities committed against our own people, against those who have dedicated their lives to the pursuit of peace and freedom. The raid conducted in the midst of the peace process raises serious questions about the manner in which it was executed. Reports of excessive force, handcuffings, and killing in sacred spaces cast a dark shadow on the credibility of the operation. We cannot allow such acts to go unpunished. We must demand a thorough, impartial, and speedy investigation into these grave violations. Moreover, the return of the international monitoring team is crucial in restoring confidence and maintaining in the Bangsamoro region. The presence of the IMT has been instrumental in building trust, monitoring human rights, and fostering an environment conducive to dialogue and reconciliation. Their absence not only hampers the progress of the peace process, but also leaves a void in the oversight mechanism that ensures the protections of our people. Let us not forget the principles upon which the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao was founded. It was built on the promise of peace, justice, and self-determination. It was intended to be a sanctuary for the marginalized and oppressed, a beacon of hope for a brighter future. By unanimously approving this resolution, we send a resounding message to the perpetrators of this tragedy. We will not tolerate the violation of our people's rights. We will not allow the sacrifices made in the pursuit of peace to be in vain. We will hold accountable those responsible for this grave injustice. In the face of adversity, we must rise as one voice, united in our commitment to justice and the pursuit of lasting peace. Let us stand in solidarity with Mirinda Madidis Hussain and countless others who have suffered similar injustices. Let us show to the world that the Bangsamoro Parliament is unwavering in its resolve to protect the rights and welfare of our people. The blood of our fallen brothers calls for justice. Their memory urges us to take a stand. Let us be their voice, their advocates, their champions. Together, let us write a new chapter in the history of the Bangsamoro, one that is defined by justice, compassion, and unwavering resolve. I implore each and every one of you to join me in favor of this resolution, to send a clear message that we will not rest until justice is served and the truth is revealed. Thank you, and may we find the strength and courage to champion the cause of justice for the fallen and the hope of the peaceful Bangsamoro. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu.
Floor leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I move to open the period of interpellation, Mr. Speaker.
The period of interpellation debate is now open.
May we recognize, Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker Paisalintago, to be followed by Member of the Parliament, Rasul Ismael.
The gentleman from Lanao del Sur is recognized.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. At the outset, Mr. Speaker, I am in favor of this resolution, but I have some clarificatory questions. The said incident happens last night, yesterday, June
Yes.
18.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, does it happen during the time or at night on June 18 when the raid was conducted?
Early morning yesterday,
It is an early morning raid of June 18.
2023.
And where is the location of the raid, Mr. Speaker?
The location is at Barangay Damawato, Dato Paglas Municipality in Maguindanao del Sur.
In that Paglas, and there are 7 former combatants of the MILF that were part of the victims of that incident, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, all fatalities are member of the MILF,
They are members of the MILF.
Bangsamoro Islamic Armed Forces.
And the perpetrators, may I know, Mr. Speaker, who are the perpetrators of this heinous crime?
According to the reports and especially on the news, there are composite teams from the PNP, from the local, and I think the CIDG and others.
May I know, Mr. Speaker, from the proponent, what are the motives in conducting the raid in that at the wee hours in the early morning and in that particular barangay in Dato Paglas? May I know what are the cause of the raid, Mr. Speaker?
The reason for the raid was to serve a warrant of arrest. Yes, against those.
Against
Okay.
those 7.
Accordingly, yeah.
Yes, 7. But the warrant of arrest were not shown. Mr. Speaker, is the warrant of arrest were shown, or there is really a warrant of arrest for that purpose, Mr. Speaker?
It was not shown to the to those people who were killed, to those members. And even the families have I've talked to the wife and they said that they haven't seen any warrant of arrest.
So the perpetrators allegedly are from the law enforcement agencies of the government.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Purposely to serve a warrant of arrest, but the warrant of arrest is not shown, or actually there is no warrant of arrest. So we cannot determine if there is a crime committed by these 7 persons. Did may I know, Mr. Speaker, from the proponent, did the other agencies know about this heinous incident?
Since it is since that the incident happened yesterday and so fresh, we were not informed yet of other agencies who were able to visit and go to the area.
So the PNP, the Human Rights Commission, and the other agencies that was supposed to investigate the NBI, for that matter, were not informed of this incident, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. There is none yet, but the BHRC has already planned to visit and go to the area, I think tomorrow morning.
Okay. This resolution is not purposely to conduct an investigation, but to express our sentiment, our disgust
Yes.
for this heinous raid to our MILF members, and it was done without any provocation from the victims, Mr. Speaker. So the purpose of this is to express the BTA's sentiments or discuss and not to conduct an investigation? Is it the purpose of this resolution?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, because we have a separate resolution, the 3110, with regards to that, to the conduct of investigation.
Because the resolution is that we express our deepest sympathy and condolence to the families of the victims. Another, that we demand a fair and speedy investigation of the incident. That's why it was converted into a simple resolution, because it is not an investigation itself.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
That's all, Mr. Speaker. And please allow me to be part of this proposed resolution, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Cotabato City is now recognized, followed by the gentleman from Sulu who is raising his hands.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, meron lang po ako katanungan sa ating kasamahan na MP Baileng Mantawil. While reading yung police, itong ng isang radio station, ang sinasabi daw dito ay yung 7 namatay ay mga miyembro daw ng BIFF. Ngayon, ang tanong, anong unit, kung MILF combatants ito, anong unit po ng MILF?
They are members of the National Guard Front from the 11th Brigade.
Yeah, I think
Of the
it's
MILF,
under
Mr. Speaker.
under Commander George Kasim.
Yes po.
Okay. While hearing yung privilege speech kanina, ako, mayroon tayong option, no? Na kung talagang diinan natin ito. I think my proposal, one, is to address or give copy of this resolution, unang-una, yung ating Commission of Human Rights, isa. Pangalawa is to ask for the National Bureau of Investigation na mag-conduct ng post-mortem autopsy kung papayag yung mga pamilya ng mga alleged victim ng mga MILF. Kasi yan lang po, kung maalala nyo, almost a year ago, meron pong 3 bata sa Sultan Kudarat Province na alleged ay biktima ng police brutality, and when the relatives of the victims ay nag-cooperate at pumayag, mas maganda na mas early ay mahingi yung tulong ng National Bureau of Investigation. Dapat doon po sa ating resolution specified yon. And third, may I recommend, Mr. Speaker, that this Parliament would have first magkaroon po ng Parliament investigation tungkol dito sa kasong to. No? And it must be immediate. No? Mabigay ito sa isang proper committee ng ating Parliament at imbitahan natin. Unang-una, imbitahan sa tingin ko yung ating PROBAR Director, General Noblesa, yung CIDG Director ng CIDG BARM, at yung Provincial Director ng Province of Maguindanao del Sur.
Yes. Okay, we will study that, because in the next resolution in 310, there is a call for that. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yun lang po.
Yes.
The gentleman from Sulu is recognized. That's the last interpellation for today on this. No, Deputy Speaker Lanang Ali Jr. will also interpellate.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Leader.
floor leader. I stand supportive of the idea that this parliament should always stand on justice. However, to execute and implement justice, we have to know the facts. On that light, if the gentlewoman sponsor of this resolution is amenable to answer some clarificatory question, for I have some. Is the gentlewoman amenable?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You mentioned in your authorship speech that the incident was triggered by a purported implementation of a search warrant. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
May I know who issued the search warrant? What particular court and who is the judge in particular, if you know?
Mr. Speaker, they did not show any warrant of arrest during that operation.
So there was no showing of a search warrant issued by any court of law or by any judge, just an allegation that there was a search warrant. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Outside from the search warrant, was there also an allegation of the service of a warrant of arrest, if there is any? Because a search is different from a warrant of arrest. Was there?
None that I know, Mr. Speaker.
So there was no allegation of any warrant of arrest against any individual in that particular locality.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. You stated a while ago that the search was implemented in the wee hours of the morning.
Yes, Mr.
At
Speaker.
what exact time?
I think it was past midnight. Start of the past midnight yesterday.
Thank you. So, if you know, was there coordination between the elements of the Philippine National Police who implemented the warrant with local government units or the barangay captain in particular of that particular barangay? If you know.
According to the report from the family, is they said that they were the arresting officers or those law enforcers who were there are in accompaniment with the PNP local, the MPS.
But was there any barangay official or local government official in the course of the implementation of the search warrant or warrant of arrest?
There is none that has been reported. There is now.
Thank you.
LGU.
You mentioned also that the victims, consequence of this incident, are members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
And you agree with me that there is still an implementation of the joint ceasefire agreement between the government and the MILF. Am I correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, correct.
And we also have an existing CCH, ceasefire
Committee.
committees.
CCC. Yes, Mr. Speaker, I'm aware of that.
May I know if the CCH of the MILF had already prepared a protest or in fact filed already a protest against this incident, against the perpetrator of this incident?
As of the writing of this resolution is, I'm not sure. I'm not aware of any reports coming from the CCCH.
Although it is a separate matter, but we want to know because there is an existing joint agreement, a ceasefire agreement, which can be invoked by MILF in the event that the victims are all MILF for reasons of violations of the ceasefire. Now, my last question is, do you know in particular what particular elements of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Moro National Police Force who executed this search warrant, purported search?
The only clear, it's a CIDG joint. It's a joint operation by CIDG, the PNP, and the AFP, and also the MPS, the local police.
So it is a joint operation.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
Anyway, if the facts are already clear, as chairman of the Committee on Justice of the Parliament, we will look into it because there are protocols or rules in the conduct of in the implementation of search warrant, which is provided for in the Manual of Operation of the Philippine National Police. If there is a violation, then that calls for an administrative penalty from the hierarchy of the Philippine National Police, which we can also undertake. And secondly, it is always a protocol that in the execution of a search warrant and warrant of arrest, the media and the barangay officials of the particular locality are always invited to testify to the veracity and to the conformity of the executing police officers to the manual of operation laid down in the police manual. Thank you, Madam Speaker, for the candid
Thank you,
answers. Thank
Mr.
you.
Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, yes. Mr. Speaker, may we recognize Deputy Speaker Lanang Ali Jr.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim.
The gentleman from Gang Sultan Kudarat is recognized.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. At the onset, Mr. Speaker, I am fully support on this resolution. May the gentle lady from Maguindanao, in Cotabato City, accept some clarificatory questions.
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
May I know, is there any elements from the Philippine Armed Forces presence during the conduct of the raid?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there is, because it's a composite, it's a joint operation. If it's a joint operation, it is usually composed of PNP and the AFP.
In that sense, Mr. Speaker, may we know if there is coordination sent by the security forces to the appropriate MILF peace mechanisms such as CCCH and AJAG?
There is no coordination, Mr. Speaker.
So meaning, Mr. Speaker, the elements of the PNP and AFP entered in that area without the knowledge of the CCCH and AJAG.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. That's
Therefore,
correct.
this is a clear violation of the conduct of raid as provided in the terms of reference of AJAG as well as in the CCCH. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker.
So this is the reason why in this resolution you are also calling for the return of the international monitoring team so that the peace process mechanism on conducting of this kind of raid will be implemented accordingly.
This resolution is the expression of an utmost condolences and also joining the call of the families for the speedy, fair, and for the fair, impartial, and speedy investigation. Mr. Speaker, I have filed a separate resolution, the 310, that refers to all the kind of to the investigation and other investigation and other mechanism, call for other mechanism.
Sa makatuwid, Mr. Speaker, for the record, itong raid nangyari kahapon ng madaling araw ay isang raid na hindi na iparating sa kahit anong peace mechanism ng MILF. So I presume kahit sa GPH ay hindi rin nakarating sa CCCH and AJAG ng GPH as well as CCCH and AJAG ng MILF. Ito ay isang raid na klaro na violations sa peace process at sa lahat na pinirmahang kasunduan, Mr. Speaker. Tama po ba ang pagkakaintindi ko?
Well noted, Mr. Speaker.
Sige, yun lang po, Mr. Speaker.
May I be clarified? When was it committed? Is it yesterday dawn or today, the dawn today?
Yesterday dawn. Yes.
Thank.
Mr. Speaker, last interpellator. a manifestation, Mr. Speaker. May we recognize MP Abdullah Hashim?
We will entertain the manifestation of the gentleman from the Special Geographic Area.
Alhamdulillahi Rabbil Alameen. Wassalatu wassalamu ala Rasulillah wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajma'in wa ba'd. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, this is not an interpellation, but a manifestation of support for this resolution and a reminder. First and foremost, I support this resolution. Kami po ay even before the approval of this resolution, kami po ay nakikiramay sa pamilya ng namatayan. Actually, yung dalawa dito, yung mother nila ay nauna nang namatay sa raid yung kanyang asawa, which was also a member of the National Guard Front, formerly headed by the brother of my father, si Haji Samir Hashim. Rahimahumullah. Namatay na yung kanyang asawa in a raid. Ngayon, yung kanyang dalawang anak, so siya na lang po natitira at yung kanyang mga apo. Ito po ay mga legitimate members ng MILF. Tayo po ay nakikiramay sa kanila. Gusto po natin na malaman nila na nararamdaman natin kung ano yung nararamdaman nila. At gusto po natin na mag-serve ito na reminder sa ating security forces, even sa baba, no? As a whole na po ito. Tayo po lahat ay magtulungan para maisulong po natin itong peace process. Huwag po nating gawing madali lang ang ating mga operasyon na hindi natin iniisip itong primacy ng ating peace process. Alam po natin ang simulan kung bakit nangyari ang revolution ng Bangsamoro. Maging sensitive po tayo at sana po ay may parating even sa mga ground units ng security forces, various security forces, ang primacy ng peace process. Dahil ayaw po natin na nasa sitwasyon na tayo na pwede nating ma-improve ang kalagayan ng Bangsamoro ay baka tayo ay babalik sa sinimulan natin. Yun lamang po. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Mr. Speaker, final manifestation. May we recognize MP Amir Mawalil?
The gentleman from Tawi-Tawi is recognized.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. I support this resolution, but this is not the first time that we deliberate on this kind of resolution. I am not really sure on the jurisdiction of the Committee on Bangsamoro Justice, but I think it's about time for this body to consider constituting a different Committee on Human Rights to tackle this issue, because these kinds of issue, because in the past there are a lot of atrocities that were perpetrated by state actors that ended up in we do not know where did it go. So we would like to appeal to this body, to the floor leader, to finally constitute or consider in the Committee on Rules constituting a Committee on Human Rights. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If there are no MPs who would like to enter or register an amendment, I move to close the period of interpellation, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to terminate the period of interpellation debate. It's been seconded. The period of interpellation debate is now terminated. I think there are no amendments. You can move for its approval subject to style.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve proposed resolution number 308, subject to style, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion to proceed with the approval of the resolution subject to style. There being no objection, the motion is approved. The proposed resolution number 308 is now approved.
Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Speaker.
thank you.
Next is proposed resolution number 310. May we request the Secretary General to please read the title, the author, and the co-authors?
The Secretary General is directed to read the title of proposed resolution number 310, including the name of the authors and co-authors. Floor leader, we will end before the break for this in this proposed resolution. Then we will proceed later after the break, the second reading and the third reading of the proposed bills.
Proposed resolution number 310 entitled a resolution condemning the raid that led to the killing of 7 members of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, MILF, calling for fair, impartial, and speedy investigation, and requesting the return of the International Monitoring Team, IMT, in the Bangsamoro region. Authors, members of the Parliament, Mailing Mantawel, and Mary Ann Arnado. Co-authors, members of the Parliament, Tawakal Mitimbang, Basir Utu, Mujib Abu, Muhammad Kelly Antaw, Suhaib Oranon, Suharto Ismail, Ahmad Abbas, Abdawa Makapaar, Shah Ilayha Dumama Alba, Dan Asnawi, and Hussein Munoz.
Mr. Speaker, I move to refer proposed resolution number 310 to the Committee on Public Order and Safety, Mr. Speaker.
There's now a motion to refer proposed resolution number 310 to the Committee of Public Order and Safety. Any second? There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I move for our
15-minute break.
15-minute break, Mr. Speaker.
There's a motion, 15-minute break. Session resumes. Floor Leader, what is next in the order of business?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Next in the order of business is bills on second reading. We have committee report number 15 to be submitted by the Committee on Finance, Budget and Management, Mr. Speaker. This is in relation to BTA Parliament Bill number 179 entitled An Act Authorizing the Continued Use of Funds for the Release and Disbursement of Unpaid Obligations of Fiscal Year 2020, 2021, and 2022 appropriations authored by the government of the day, Mr. Speaker.
We will now recognize the chair of the Committee on Finance, Budget and Management for presentation of the committee report number 15.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. To Mr. Speaker, my fellow members of this Parliament, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Bismillah. Committed to making sure the Bangsamoro Transition Authority delivers its promises, and that includes those we made to our partners who choose to trust us and support us. The Committee of Finance and Budget and Management would like to report the approval of the Parliament Bill number 179, or an act authorizing the continued use of funds for the release and disbursement of unpaid obligations of fiscal year 2020, 2021, and 2022 appropriations. This bill aims to settle the obligations we have made over the past years if they have been delivered and pay the services our people receive. We are a government in transition. We are implementing programs in areas forgotten, difficult to reach, and emerging from decades of long violent conflict. We have an opportunity to catch up on development. Our implementing officers are undergoing major reforms in how things are being done. We faced multiple causes for delay, including natural calamities, right-of-way problems, and prohibitions during electoral exercise, resulting in slower utilization of funds. Lalo-lalo na dito sa Cotabato Basin. Ito yung almost 1 year hindi na umalis yung baha sa atin. Yung mga contractors nahirapan mag-implement ng project. Tambak sila rito. Maya-maya natutunan na yung tambak nila. Baha na naman. Because of this climate change. No? We recognize this. And as a Minister of Public Works, I really adhere to the justified delay in the implementation of the projects. Lalo na yung mga, meron din tayong mga problema sa LGU, no? Dahil sa mga sagad-P, no? Doon sa peace and order, katulad na sa Alyosan, marami tayong project dyan sa 63 barangays, hindi mapasok-pasok dahil nagbabarilan nun sa kabilang banda. So, this is really justified reasons for the delay. Mas lalo na yung right of way. Ayaw magpadaan kasi tayo, wala tayong binabayad sa right of way. Kasi maliit lang yung barangay road, municipal road, di katulad ng national highway, 14 meters ang width. Kaya nawawala yung lupa ng tao. Pero yung sa atin, maliit lang. Konti lang natatapos sa lupa. At saka nagbibigay ng high value doon sa tinatama ng kalsada. So matagal ang negotiation dyan. Amicably. No, kung ayaw nyo, ilipat namin. Think of it. Pero nasusolve po natin. Pero it takes time. Let us not limit ourselves and defer progress in the process. Our conscience must not bear allowing our partners to remain unpaid when they have delivered their part. Only because the period for paying our obligations has lapsed by virtue of law that we ourselves enacted. So, wag na natin pahirapin yung sarili natin kung gagawa man tayo ng rules, no? So, we are still in the transition. Everything is calibrated, no? In preparation for the regular transition, regular parliament. May mga obligasyon tayo and we must choose to enable our ministries, agencies, and wag natin paintulutan na ang maywan na Bangsamoro Transition Authority at ng gobyernong ito ay mga nakatiwangwang na proyekto na sana ay papakinabang pa ng ating nasasakupan, our constituent. Well, everybody's well aware na nag-change the administration from arm to BARM. Marami tayong nakikitang mga projects na nakatiwangwang dahil hindi nabayaran. Sa tagal ng hindi nabayaran, even may pondo pang natitira, hindi na kaya ng contractors na tapusin dyan. 2017, 18 projects, 5 years, 6 years ago. So, hindi na kayang itutuloy ng contractors yan. So, remaining funding na available pa kung available pa sa DBM. Dahil yung presyo, 5 years, yung presyo ng materialis at saka labor, naging double, maybe triple pa. So, kahit na gustong tapusin ng contractor yan, obligasyon niya, pero hindi niya itutuloy. Dahil talagang malulugi siya. So, lesson from ARM, ano? Marami tayong nakikita na hindi na natatapos, katiwangwang, half finish, no? Sayang naman. Now, because of this, it gives me an idea. Just 2 days ago, I ordered my staff, mga engineers natin to evaluate yung maraming project na nakatiwangwang, especially a good project, ano? Yung mga evacuation centers natin, hospital. No? Hindi na tapos, pina-evaluate ko, I don't mind yung may natitira pang pera dyan, wag to fund this project para matapos. Yung mga evacuation centers, very important yan na mga kailangan ng constituent natin in times of calamities, ano? So, rest be assured that our engineers will work to estimate and to validate kung magkano pa ang kailangan natin para tapusin mga projects na yan. Inshallah. The committee deliberation was short but thorough. All in attendance agreed that this bill should pass into law with changes from the original filed bill. The committee deemed proper to adopt part of the language of the enactments of the previous Regional Legislative Assembly of Muslim Mindanao Autonomy Act number 314. The committee moved to submit to this plenary for the obligated appropriations to be authorized beyond its fiscal year until fully released and dispersed for the purpose. It was highlighted during the deliberation. Section 68 of the Republic Act number 11639, 2022 General Appropriation Act, that the statutory shares of LGU under the national government General Appropriation Act provided that the block grants shall be available for release, obligation, and dispersed until appropriations are fully utilized and funds are fully dispersed. It is instructive since it is a provision under a cash budgeting system of DBM. As the chair, I would like to express my sincere gratitude to all committee members who participated in the deliberations. It is in this moment that I appreciate how unified we are in our cause to make the Bangsamoro region better, stronger, and genuinely our own. Mr. Speaker, and to all members of the Bangsamoro Parliament, we, the members of the Committee of Finance and Budget and Management, urge and appeal to pass this into law. As I have been saying numerous times, we cannot tell our people, we need this and we need this to happen the soonest possible time. Shukran. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Floor Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move to adopt Committee Report number 15. Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to adopt.
For
State for deliberation.
For deliberation.
There is a motion to adopt Committee Report number 15 for deliberation. It's been seconded. The motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker. I move to open the period of interpellation and debate, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to open the period of interpellation and debate. It's been seconded. The motion is approved.
Can we get a show of hands who would wish to? Okay. Deputy Speaker Nabil Tan, Member of the Parliament Ampatuan. Anyone else? Deputy Speaker Hatimil Hassan. Okay. Mag-interpellate. Okay. So Deputy Speaker Tan, may we recognize Deputy Speaker?
The gentleman from Sulu is recognized.
Walang kamako. Niloloko ka.
Floor Leader who
Hello,
will be,
hello.
Floor Leader who will be interpellated.
Siyempre, yung nag-report. Hindi ko, niloloko mo, committee chairman.
May we request the chair of the Committee on Finance to absorb the questions of the Deputy Speaker Tan.
Bismillah. Thank you, Mr. Presiding Officer. May our beloved committee chair of the Committee on Finance yield to a few questions. Thank you, sir. Mr. Chairman, with much apology because I am supposed to be an ex officio. Ba't ganito to? Sabotage?
Ito ka na to?
Hello?
I think may we request the technicians to adjust the volumes of our microphones.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I thank the Honorable Committee Chair for allowing me to propound some clarificatory question. Although I am a member of the ex officio member of the Committee on Finance, I have some issues that I'd like to be clarified. So I thank you for allowing me, and Mr. Speaker. The presentation of the committee chair on the Committee on Finance, the Honorable Minister Ed Guerra, wanted to justify the continued use of funds for the release and disbursement of unpaid obligations from fiscal year 2020, 2021, 2022 appropriations. May I be clarified if this involves several ministries in the BARM? May I be clarified, Mr. Chairman? It's yes. The answer is yes, Mr. Chairman.
Yes.
Not only the Ministry of Public Works.
Yes.
It includes other ministries. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And do we have some specifics on which are the ministries that is requesting for the continued use of funds? Are all the ministries involved in the request for continued use of funds?
Not all, but MSSD, one. Two is MILG. They have capital outlay infra projects. And also task force on Marawi rehabilitation. And also the Ministry of Agriculture. They have projects under continuing programs which they procure, they implement, but hindi nila nabayaran, then nag-lapse yung payment, yung funding.
You mean these are contracted obligations already?
Yes, it's all obligated.
Oh, and there were signing of contracts.
Yes.
And there was execution of the contract.
Yes.
And it was not fully executed, fully implemented. The projects were not fully implemented and not yet finished.
Yes.
And the reason you enumerated were some the climate change. Ano pa yun, Mr. Chairman? LGU. Ano pa yun?
Then Sagad P, peace in order.
Peace and order.
And right of way.
Right of way.
And
I'm reminded of our previous agreement that there will be no more continued use of funds.
where it is already unobligated. Unobligated. It's obligated, partially implemented, and there are suppliers and contractors asking for their payment. You have to pay.
Asking for their payment for the portion that has been implemented.
Yeah. So we cannot discontinue, Mr. Speaker. When we started the project, they nabayaran, tapos hindi na makontinue in a mag-lapse in funding. So, makatiwag mo yung project.
And there was no contingent action that could have prevented this challenge of the disbursement and obligation fee.
There's no option except to continue the projects, especially the half-finished project. So we don't have any way but to really for the contractors and implementers to submit, this catch-up plan, continue the project. Because even in the procurement law, 45 days of delay of paying the contractor, they have the right to suspend implementation of projects.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Do you think there is a difference between the farm now and the army? You mentioned in your committee report that in the past, the arm has so many unpaid obligations for several years. Is this the same happening with us now? Same thing?
With justified,
There are differences.
there is a big difference. Mr. Speaker, because of the, uh, uh, change of administration, subcontractors already, some private provider, hesitant to comply, baka hindi nagbayaran. Because of new administration from up to farm. Yan ang isang malaking dahilan na yung mga project na yan katiwang ko.
So what are we doing with that now? Wala.
Now, because of the time lapse, so I really initiated a move just 2 days ago with the enlightenment of this proposed bill. Yung mga infra project, especially yung mga evacuation, very important project. I instructed my engineers to coordinate with the Bangsamoro Development Authority para magbuhay yung plano, maisa-isa sa site kung anong real status, percentage of completion, then magkano pa ang gastusin para matapos. Iba, almost 80% kasi magsayang.
Ilan percent?
80%, 50% lang.
So wala pa pong evaluation and assessment.
Wala pa. So gagawin po namin kayo. Just 2 days, today. 3 days ago, I started my engineers and I coordinated with the BTA with the list of all the projects that have been to complete. And this is good projects. It's working, the project.
If we decide to continue that unfinished project, it will take another appropriation.
Yes, we should.
What kind of sort of fund do you I think that
We'll be utilizing sort of from regular funding or from HTF because we cannot access already the whatever remaining amount in the DBM. Hindi matatapos. Then pumas yung pressure. Yung allotted appropriated na 1 million, say, 5 years ago, ngayon siguro mga 2 million na. Hindi matatapos din. No contractor will finish that project.
Ano po ang ginagawa ng DBM? You think mayroon ding accountability or responsibility ang DBM or contributory to the cost of these unpaid obligations?
Of course, I think there is. Kung paulit-ulit you ask the DBM to download certain funding for certain projects, kung delay rin talaga. This is part of. It's not I'm saying all totally because of DBM. Maybe medyo nakaligtaan na i-assess yung project, ituloy to call the contractors. And even you call the contractors, kung di magre-report, even you terminate, ganun na lang. So, we need to really look into this. I, for one, volunteer the MPW, although almost of this project is under OCM. But I will take the lead, initiate to really finish the project. Ang gaganda ng project, sir. So, we need to, para mapakinabangan, 80%, 50%. So,
I believe you, Mr. Minister. So, yung bang Ministry of Public Works, marami rin unfinished projects?
Marami rin po. Actually, unobligated, obligated, and yet, pero continuing. Continuing yung, alam mo naman sa public works, ang tagal ng implementation, plus, billing type yan. Kung anong natapos mo, bayaran natin. Pero rest be assured, sir, that
Yes.
no over disbursement. I always, any billing from the contractors for that matter, I always send my men for validation. No validation, no payment. And the good mayor here, nagtakot-tako, alam niya yan.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. My next question is, are these unpaid this, I suppose, do not include the TDIF funded?
That includes, sir.
That includes the TDIF funded.
Not finished yet, but it's already obligated.
Because in 2022, in my case, there are
Yeah.
not yet implemented.
Yes, sir.
And it's in public works list.
Yeah, yes, sir, because 2022 is extended for the year 2023 for the implementation and for obligation.
Kung mahingi sana, Minister, Chairman Sir, yung 2022, mga TDIF namin lahat, sana mapuli implement natin.
Inshallah, we're going to implement this 2023 for procurement na halos lahat yung project natin sa TDIF.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Kasi po, yung mga approved TDIF projects namin, it has been announced over radio station. Baka sabihin po, drawing lang pala yan. So, hindi ko po papayagan yon. Tatawagin ko yung boss natin doon, bata mo. Si
Mr. Speaker, for the information of everybody, all the TDIF, yung approve na, yung TDIF, I download all the funds to the implementing district engineers. Para hindi na sila mag-intay, mag-request ng release, ganito lang ang accomplishment. Because TDIF is different. Because I'm confident that every members of the parliament nakatutok. Hindi papayagan ng every member ng parliament, babayaran natin, hindi tapos. So, inalis ko na yung validation na implementation ng project for the TDIF. I let every members of the parliament to monitor the implementation of the project. Para mabilis tayo.
Dumarami na funds mo, Mr. Minister.
Thank you very much, Speaker.
Pumapalakpak po na sila. So, in that case, I will have to make your district engineer in Sulu First District be answerable to me.
Yes,
Since
sir.
you have been,
Yes, sir.
according to you, you have downloaded
Yes, sir.
the funds. Because
Including the minister, sir.
I have several big projects that were not yet implemented. But anyway, you said it will be implemented until
Yeah,
2023.
inshallah.
So, hindi ko na po pahabain at pahirapan.
And to all members of this parliament who was TDIF in the Ministry of Public Works, all from 2020, 21, 22, all your project is obligated.
Kaya po panawagan ko sa aking kasamahan, inventory niyo na rin, nag-inventory ang ministry, inventory niyo na rin ang TDIF ninyo for several years kung ano hindi na-implement.
Yes.
Kasi sa akin nangyari, street lights 2020, 2022 na ito, 21 last part na implement. But willingly ang Public Works in fairness implement that. Na-delay nga lang kasi nagkamali, akala yung location na yun na yun. Pero anyway, whatever problem we will have, I'm always, is the line of communication with our chairman of the Finance Committee is always open. And I appreciate you for that. I'm just apologizing for not having participated in the committee deliberation because there were no sessions yet. So it was hard for us to come. So anyway, I hope that all of us will assess, especially those who 2020 at BTA 1 po to. 2021, BTA 1 pa. Ewan ko, 2022 na bang BTA 2? So anyway, hindi ko na patagalin dahil madali lang naman ang tinanong ko. Hindi ko naman pinahirapan ng ating Minister of Public Works. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
We now recognize the lady from Maguindanao.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, Lord Leader. Anyway, full disclosure, my boss is standing the right side. I am one of the vice chairs of the Committee on Finance. During the deliberation of this particular bill, we help in the process in such a way that we could stand this proposed bill. But I have a condition when I said yes to this bill, and that condition is supposed to be discussed today, and that's why I'm standing here. The condition then is that I want to know, and the committee wants to know, in fact, that was the agreement in the committee, how much are we extending or using continuously using funds, no? So yun po yung agreement, no? I-continue natin, pero dapat malaman ng Parliament magkano yung 2020 at para anong agencies ang involved, magkano yung 2021, anong mga agencies ang involved, at magkano yung 2022, ano yung mga agencies involved, so that we know what we are supporting and approving later on. So maliwanag po yun na napag-usapan natin. So if we can show us some data para all of us will be informed.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I may ask for 2 minutes suspension.
2 minutes suspension.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So I will call MP Attorney Basman to furnish basahin mo na lang.
Sign na lang, yan naman ang agreement natin. Sign na lang.
A plus?
Lahat. Here, plus. Okay.
Suspension.
1 minute suspend.
Session resume. Recognize the lady from Lanao del Sur to make the presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah. Wassalam. Before us, Mr. Speaker, is the consolidation of all of the submissions of the ministries of their unpaid obligations for fiscal years 2020 and 2021. So first in the list is the Office of the Chief Minister, along with its 20 plus attached agencies, all of the special programs. For fiscal year 2020, its unpaid obligations amount to about 3.1 billion. For 2021, it's about 4.5 billion. Second, for the Office of the Wali, they don't have any unpaid obligation for fiscal year 2020. For 2021, they have about 3 million pesos. For MFBM, they have a total unpaid obligation for 2020 of 1.8 million and 11 and so million for 2021. MHSD for fiscal year 2020 has an unpaid obligation amounting to more than 159 million, and for 2021, it's more than 357 million. The MOLE has no unpaid obligation for 2020, and for 2021, it has exactly 1.1 million of unpaid obligation. For MPW, the unpaid obligation for 2020 is 2.6 plus billion, and for 2021, it's more than 5.6 billion. For MAPAR, 2020, the unpaid obligation is amounts to 259 plus million. For 2021, it's 135 plus million. For MPIP, the total unpaid obligation for 2020 only is less than 1 million. There is no unpaid obligation for MPOS, for the Bangsamoro Sports Commission as well. For MENRE, they only have an unpaid obligation for 2021 amounting to a little over 2 million pesos. For MSSD, the total unpaid obligation for 2020 is more than 40 million. For 2021, it's more than 524 million. For MILG, for 2020, it's more than 490 million. For 2021, it's a little less than 50 million. For MOTC, the unpaid obligation for the fiscal year 2020 is less than 1 million. For fiscal year 2021, it's more than 31 million. There is no unpaid obligation for the MIPA. For MOST, the unpaid obligation for 2020 is more than 13 million. And for 2021, it's a little over 500,000. And finally, for MBHTE, is aggregated into which are for the 2020 budget and the TDIF. They have a total of 87 plus million for 2020. And for 2021, they have a total of 260 plus. The total for the fiscal year 2020 and 2021 unpaid obligations for all of the above mentioned ministries, agencies, and offices is less than 18.5 billion.
Yes, lady from Maguindanao, do you still have questions?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, if you notice, the data is just for 2020 and 2021. However, our bill talks about 2022. But don't we have data for 2020?
Mr. Speaker, the budget for 2022 has been extended till the end of the year, including in its obligation. So the period for meeting agencies, offices, and ministries to still make obligations for the 2022 funds is ongoing.
2020, you referred to 2022.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, we extended the validity of the 2022 GAAB until the end of this year. Unlike the 2020 and 2021 funds, these obligations were cut as of December 31 of the hence this the availability of this.
But the way I look at it, Mr. Chair, this is a huge amount. And I think if we add up the 2022 and the 2023, then we are now budgeting the 2024. The question here is how long would we finish the 2020, 2021, and 2022 over and above the 2023 and the 2024, the upcoming 2024 project. The transition period ends by June 30, 2025. So, kagaya ng sinabi ni Mr. Chair kanina, maraming proyekto noon ang armed government na dumaan dito sa transition stage na kasama na rin sa pasanin ng Bangsamoro government because it's part of the obligations actually to implement all those projects. And I'm happy to hear that especially for the evacuation centers, the 15 evacuation centers and the hospital will be pursued in the implementation. Malapit ang puso ko dito sa mga proyektong ito because I am one of the brainchild of these projects. So, but ayaw nating mangyari. The same scenario, the same thing, that hindi natin sigurado what will happen after the June 30, 2025. So magko-compound po yung 5 taon, no? That is 2020, 2021, 2022, 2023, 2024. Then transition na. So, makakaya ba natin ito before the transition or are we looking at the furtherance of the implementation after the transition period, no? Kasi nakita na natin yung lesson what happened in the defunct arm, no? So, but we have very limited time right now, and we have a compounded resources. We have 18 billion plus kung itansyahin ko kung magkano yung sa 2022, baka kalahati nung block grant, no? Baka mga 30, 40, 50. So, i-add up natin, then yung 2023, which is ongoing, medyo malaki po. I think we need some strategies on how to implement these projects, especially the infra, para hindi tayo paulit-ulit ng extension kagaya ni MP Deputy Speaker. Ako rin noon tumayo dito doon sa kapila, no? Na ang sabi ko noon, ibalik na lang natin para we'll start fresh during the BTA 2. Yun yung aking stand. Kasi alam na alam ko na magko-compound yung pera. And now we are facing it right now. But as a parliament, I think we need to strategize, no? We need to strategize because really this is a huge resources that needs to be implemented. No? And just for the record, Mr. Chair, maraming salamat at nabigyan tayo ng information. And we know how difficult the situation of the implementing agencies, no? Especially so that yung iba nag-aaral pa kung paano yung pag-implement, paano yung mga paraan na ma-fast track yung implementation. So, but nonetheless, we need to answer how do we implement all this big amount, no? It's a huge amount, 18 billion plus, I think, triple or 5 times this amount yung kailangan natin i-implement in so short period of transition. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker. Just want to, uh, yes, it is correct. I agree. We need to strategize to implement the project. But oh, we are all aware for the last 2 years, COVID talagang apektado implementation of project. Agasgas na rason niya yung COVID, but this is the reality. Wala tayong natapos ng COVID. Even the national government, even they extended their budget for 2 years. Yung appropriation nila. And plus the fact na election ban last year, kinuwenta ko, 6 months na wala. 3 months before ng election, 45 days before the election and 45 days after the election, you could not procure. We have not got any extension from the COMELEC to procure. Yan ang isang dahilan. Pangalawa, yung uncertainty ng appointment ng BTA 2. That is about 4 to 5 months. Naghihintay tayo. Then we are extended our appointment in the ministry without the power to procure and appoint. Ang laki na tip, bali isang tawi yung nawala if you total it. Plus the COVID took 2 years, 3 years. At least meron tayong na-implement ng projects. Yun ang explanation ko, just to be on record that this is the valid reason. But we have to strategize, and I agree with the suggestion of MP Ampatuan. We need to strategize, yes. But on the part of the Ministry of Public Works, there is delay in downloading of funding to every districts because we have to validate, not to over-disperse. Konting accomplishment, pero malaki yung naibayad mo. Eh, kung nagkaleche-leche yung projects, habang-habulin yung contractor. The same case happened with the past administration. Thank you. Assalamualaikum.
Floor Leader,
We recognize MP.
the gentleman from Cebu is recognized. I think you will be the last to interpret. So may we request for you to be brief in your interpretation?
Yes, this is not a very brief. I'd like to manifest that I am a vice chairman of the Philippines. And I have even presided over this. Looking into the require of the obligated to be amount to be extended, I cannot see any amount for the Bangsamoro Transition Authority. Parliament. We might be extending the lifespan of the budget for other agencies, but what about the Parliament itself? I can understand because there are funds set aside for travel outside, for example, which may have not been utilized. And this partakes of patrimony. There are also funds intended for training, which have been deferred because of the delay, as already mentioned by the chair, the appointment of BTA. So those are still available funds if my reckoning is correct. So if we cannot extend that, then the BTA may be left without money to administer all these. Committee funds, for example, should also be included there. Otherwise, we might have no money for the funds. So may I know from for my good chair, whether there is the intent to include the obligated amounts of the BTA or even the unobligated, such a lifespan to end on June, will be included in this bill for extension. Or otherwise, I would insist on the Colatilia that including budget unobligated payments for BTA should be covered by this bill. Thank you.
Only obligated, unobligated.
Obligated and even
1 minute suspension. Session resumes. Can the lady from Lanao del Sur answer the query of the gentleman from Sulu?
Yes, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker. Only insofar as the unpaid obligations as well of the BTA, the language accommodates the unpaid obligations of the BTA. I have no authority to speak about whether there are still remaining unpaid obligations for the BTA for 2020 and 2021, but rest assured that all of the appropriations for the BTA for 2022, including some of the matters that the good gentleman has mentioned earlier, are still valid for this year. So they have not reverted because even if unobligated, because they are still valid for utilization or even obligation for this.
Does it mean that we don't need to include this in this?
We don't need to specifically mention the Parliament or the BTA by reason of the fact that we are included in the budget for 2020 and 2021, as well as 2020.
The chair of accounts, can you have an update?
For 2022,
I think we cannot answer that because it's still a continuing.
If she only knows,
appropriation.
that's the premise of the question.
Mr. Speaker, I don't remember.
Okay, anyway, may I ask the Committee on Accounts to provide this gentleman the profile for a budget, because seemingly I would like to advance this. Many of our obligations can be called for a check. Because if you will look into the Bangsamoro organic law, that is to be reviewed at timelines from its activity. So we have to be ready for that, Madam Chair. So I just like to touch that, and that's why I want to have that for me also to be ready when the time comes. Thank you.
Mr. Speaker will inform the Finance Service of the BTA of the request of the gentleman.
Duly noted. Floor leader. The gentleman from Tawi-Tawi is recognized. May we request that you also make your interpellation brief.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum also to our members of Parliament who are attending by Zoom, and also those listening to us or watching the live streaming of the Parliament proceeding today. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Now I'm raising some questions for the benefit of those who are not students of accounting, who are not students of law. So, Mr. Speaker, under the law, under this act, when you say appropriated, it means that it's already included in the Bangsamoro Appropriations Act. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
And then for the purpose of this law also, when you say it is obligated, what do you mean when a certain appropriation is already obligated? For the record, Mr. Chair.
Obligated means already procured, somebody awarded with the contract, and they have already started the projects or programs.
Just to clarify, so when it is obligated, it means that it has already been bidded and there's already a notice of award, and meaning to say there's already a contract between the government and the winning bidder. Am I correct?
Yes, sir.
In that case, Mr. Speaker, my question is, why is it in Section 2 as well as in Section 3, it still says for obligation? Does it mean that it has not been obligated yet?
So I'm not aware of that wording. But it is clear that if it is obligated, it's already perfected the contract and was already partly implemented actually.
Yeah.
Obligation means there is already a contract.
Yeah, earlier, if the records bear me right, our colleague, Deputy Speaker Nabil Tan, posted the queries if this, what are the status of these projects. So if I'm not mistaken, it said it was manifested that they were all partly executed, meaning to say budget already be given to the contractor, and the contractor performed some portion of the contract. So my question is, why is it under section 2 and section 3, the language of the proposed law still mentions for obligation, meaning to say it has not reached that stage. It has not been obligated yet.
This is the law. Uh, it, it is the law for obligation appropriated. This is the language, Mr. Speaker, of the appropriation law.
That is not a law. That's
Not the proposed.
a citation.
Yeah. We cited only the word, the language of the appropriation law.
May I invite the attention of the proponent to sections 2 and 3, the penultimate paragraph in section 2. It says the appropriations shall be valid for obligation. And then as well in section 2, it also says for obligation. So meaning to say this has not reached the stage where a contract has been executed between the government as well as the...
Sige. Mr. Speaker, I request MB Attorney Basman to answer that.
1 minute suspension.
Yeah.
now clarified as to the question of the gentleman from Tawi-Tawi?
Mr. Speaker, my question was really simple. Maybe for the record, maybe our Madam esteemed lawyer.
Sige.
You can just say the
representative of
lady from Lanao.
to explain, simply for the benefit of our constituents, para maintindihan. Because this is very complicated terms, no? Even me as a lawyer, I cannot really comprehend. So, Fatom, maybe for the benefit of everyone, maybe she can explain to us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Sige po, Mr. Speaker.
You have no choice, lady from Lanao.
Yes. So, Mr. Speaker, ang ginawa po natin dito sa ating bill is to amend the specific portions of 3 separate laws that pertain to our appropriations for 2020, 2021, and 2022. Meaning, kinuha po natin yung mga section doon sa mga appropriations laws natin at pinalitan po natin yung portion that pertains to obligation and disbursement. The suggestion earlier was to simply state na yung obligated lang without mentioning kung ano yung period of parang cut-off for the obligation. My submission, Mr. Speaker, and I think our colleague has acceded to it, is that since this is a budget law, it still has to mention kung ano yung period for obligation and disbursement. So when we revise it, when we amend it and when we reword it and reframe it, we still wish to mention kung hanggang kailan yung naging obligation niya and that we are extending only the payment and disbursement for these appropriations. So
Obligations covered.
obligation is still line. Yung deadline na December of last year. And what we are extending is only the disbursement. And that goes for fiscal years 2020 and 2021. For 2022, we did not change the period for obligation, which is until the end of this year.
Mr. Speaker, earlier the proponent posted, shown on the screen, the data, from that data, can we call from the data if items already obligated and those for obligation, just for the record?
What was that?
What is shown there is the total obligated. Yun lang total na hindi pa nabayaran. Malaki yun, pero yun lang ang pinakita na hindi pa napabayaran. Maybe some program, some project, 50%. Yun ang natitira kung na-issue natin dito.
Yeah, but they were already others already partial performance of the contract.
Yes. Yes.
Now, Mr. Speaker, another question would refer also to, there's a particular provision in the amendment, It says that the appropriation shall continue to be effective until fully released and disbursed. May I know from the proponent if we are not contravening any accounting or legal provisions without providing specific period for obligations or performance on the part of the government. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, even the RLA Bill 314, it says that until expended. Ito namang Appropriation Act ng 2022 says until disbursed.
I'm raising that question because our appointment is until 2025. So the probability of, meaning to say, it could happen that some of these appropriations, even if our terms already expired, still not yet partially or implemented, Mr. Speaker.
If any of the project is not implemented, hindi na obligate, automatic yan, hindi na pwedeng magamit kung expire na yung appropriation. Pero pag na-obligate yan, they have, to implement it until, until they will finish the projects. Let's say, na-award mo ngayon, the election, so may mga banbab pa lang naman yan eh. Masalimut yan. Pero pag once na obligated to be implemented na ng contractor, they should.
Meaning to, yeah, Mr. Speaker, meaning to say that the implementation will become indefinite. In other words, by this provision, no?
If I may answer for the Minister of Public Works, I think while the BTA's term is clear and definite, our institutions will continue to exist even after our terms are expired. So I believe all of these projects, if already procured, they will have to be paid.
Actually, it's not only implementation because we have the agency to look
slippage
after the supervision of implementation. Kundi, cancel the contract, blacklist the contractor.
Yeah, I think there are provisions for slippage, no?
Yeah, slippage, yes.
Defaults, yeah. Anyway,
50% slippage, you can, okay, terminate the contract.
In that
As
case,
long as it is not overpaid.
in that case, just for the record, and this would be my last question, would it not be prudent to put a period on this provision?
Provisions of what?
This last proviso, the appropriation shall continue to be effective until fully released and dispersed. Would it not be prudent to put a definite period?
No, you cannot. Because we have beyond control the implementation of project in this force majeure, climate change, peace in order. Mabuti sa nga hulungan, napapasok ko yung Abu Sayyaf eh. Na-implement natin. Pero dito, medyo,
That would be all, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, proponent, for answering my queries.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Floor Leader, I believe there are no more interpellators. Can you now terminate the period of interpellation?
Gladly, Mr. Speaker. I move to terminate the period of interpellation, Mr. Speaker.
The period of interpellation debate is now terminated.
Mr. Speaker, I move to approve BTA Parliament Bill number 179, an act authorizing the continued use of funds for the release and disbursement of unpaid obligations of fiscal year 2020, 2021, and 2022 appropriations on second reading by viva voce, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion to proceed with the approval on second reading. For a while. Are there no more amendments? There are no more amendments. I think we will proceed with the approval, but may we formally close the period of
I move
amendment?
to dispense with the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Speaker,
Yes.
I think we have to go through the process. You cannot go direct to the viva voce.
Yeah.
You have to go the process amendments. There any amendment? Oh, pero you have to say it for the sake of for record purposes.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, there being no member of the Parliament who wishes to amend, Mr. Speaker, or register an amendment, I move to dispense with the period of amendment, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion to dispense with the period of amendments. Been seconded. There being no objection, the motion is approved.
Mr. Speaker, I wish to restate my earlier motion, Mr. Speaker, to consider by the approval by viva voce, Mr. Speaker.
There is now a motion to proceed with approval for approval and second reading of BTA Bill number 179. It's been seconded. There being no objection, we will proceed with viva voce voting on BTA Bill number 179. All of those who are in favor of BTA Bill number 179, say aye. All of those who are against, say nay. The ayes have it. BTA Bill number 179 is approved on second reading.
Mr. Speaker, we move on to bills on third reading. Mr. Speaker, we have one bill.
5 minutes recess muna. Mag-CR muna.
Okay. Mr. Speaker, we are on bills on third reading, Mr. Speaker, and we have one for consideration. BTA Parliament Bill number 43, entitled An Act Establishing the Seat of Government of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao in the Municipality of Parang, Province of Maguindanao del Norte, appropriating funds, therefore, amending Book 1, Chapter 2, Section 9 of the BAA number 13, and for other purposes, authored by the government of the day, Mr. Speaker. A copy of the final printed bill number 43 has been distributed to each member of the parliament, Mr. Speaker. I move.
Can we verify if copies have been distributed to the members? So what is the pleasure of the floor leader?
Yes. I move to consider BTA Bill number 43 on third reading, third and final reading, Mr. Speaker, by nominal voting, Mr. Speaker.
There's now a motion to proceed with third vote on the third and final reading of BTA Bill number 43 on nominal voting. It's been seconded. There being no objection, we will proceed with the voting. Secretariat, please proceed with the nominal voting.
Nominal voting on BTA Parliament Bill number 43. Honorable members of the Parliament, Abbas Ahmad.
Maguindanao na. Maguindanao nakatira.
Abbas Harun. Abbas Basit. Abu Mujib. Alamia Laisa. Alauddin Musbir. Ali Ibrahim. Ali Lanang Jr. Ali Idi.
Yeah, we will recognize the gentleman from Tawi-Tawi to express his vote. 1 minute.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Majority Floor Leader. Bismillah, walhamdulillah, wassalatu wassalamu ala rasulillah, wa ala alihi wa sahbihi ajmain. Amma ba'd, Honorable Speaker, distinguished members of this Parliament, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuhu. I vote yes to enacting Parliament Bill number 43 into law. Today, I speak not just a student of rural development planning, but as a visionary member of this Parliament. It is my strong belief that transferring the seat of government from Cotabato City to the municipality of Parang will develop the municipality into another growth center. We will be developing Parang to be another Cotabato City. The transfer will hasten the economic, social, and cultural activities of Parang. Let us accept that Barn will never become a progressive region with only 1 or 2 growth centers. The transfer of seat of government to the municipality of Parang will help to improve our regional economy. It will bring in new investments, increase industrial and entrepreneurial activities, and boost social services. Besides, it will also help create jobs for the local residents of Parang, thus reducing unemployment and raising their standards of living. Apart from this, the national government and Bangsamoro government will spend billions of pesos for infrastructure development in the area. I acknowledge, Mr. Speaker, some apprehensions of some political and business leaders in Cotabato City. However, the perceived loss to Cotabato City, if any, that will be brought about by the transfer will create new urban development opportunities for Cotabato City. Over the years, the seat of government in Cotabato City has caused traffic problem, not only on our way to report to the Bangsamoro Government Center, but inside the center itself. We do not even have sufficient parking space. More so, needed office spaces for the 80 members of Parliament and their staff. I urge all members of Parliament, I urge my fellow members of Parliament to consider the long-term benefits that will be brought about by this transfer. It is time for us to embrace change and to move forward with a bold vision for progress and prosperity. Let us unite in support of this legislation and work together to build a brighter future for the entire region. Mr. Speaker, today I vote as a visionary member of this august body, and I envision a better future for BARM in the long run with the passage of this bill. I vote yes. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Ambulod to Suharto. Aminuddin Abdul Aziz. Ampatuan Baintan.
You may now proceed.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I stand here as a permanent resident of Cotabato City. I stand to represent the speechless common workers, the job orders, the contract of service, the casual employees, and even the permanent employees who might be relocated if not displaced, including those reviving and thriving micro, small, and medium enterprises, and the general public who will be adversely affected by the BTA Bill number 43. While it is true that parang Maguindanao del Norte is just a 15-minute away from Cotabato City, but for a common Babu and Bapa or rank and file employee who have no vehicle, even motorcycle, it is entirely a different story. Mr. Speaker, I would like to put on record that I fully support the leadership of the Moro Islamic Liberation Front, together with the Moro National Liberation Front, in making sure that this transition government will succeed and in ensuring long and sustainable peace in the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region. Mr. Speaker, my vote is based on conscience and scientific consideration, and I pray that this position will open up further discussions and consultations on the eventual implementation of this act. Mr. Speaker, I encourage the heads of ministries, agencies, and offices to conduct shura or consultations to all the employees, talk to them heart to heart, and conduct random independent survey. Only then we will know their voice. And to the larger scale, I call on to the government of the day to conduct a comprehensive survey and consultations prior to the implementation of this act. Mr. Speaker, my vote is consistent with and in compliance with the provision of Bangsamoro Organic Law. The BOL has explicitly defined under Section 1, Article 7, and I quote, Section 1, Seat of Government. The Parliament shall fix by law the permanent seat of the Bangsamoro government anywhere within the territorial jurisdiction of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region, taking into consideration accessibility and efficiency in which its mandate may be carried out under the organic law, unquote. I believe that the wisdom behind this specific provision of the BOL is to allow and give an elbow room to the would-be elected officials who have the mandate from the people to decide on the seat of the government and to allow the transition government to focus and prioritize on the 7 priority codes and other transition functions as enumerated under Section 4, Article 6 of the BOL. Second, Mr. Speaker, I am not absolutely against the transfer of the seat of government. I want to make this clear. I am in favor of the transfer of the seat of the government to parang Maguindanao del Norte or wherever deemed fit, including Marawi City, Lamitan City, or even in Camp Abubakar. But this should come later, in the long term, and this should be done upon careful study. Right now, we have priorities that needs to be considered as a transition government. Whether we accept it or not, we have many backlogs in the implementation of programs and projects as evidence with just recently and just deliberated bill. Mr. Speaker, this alone, the FY 2022, 2020, 2021, 2022 is already a huge gap. It's really a huge gap. In fact, I added it mathematically. It will reach to a tune of 100 billion pesos that we need to implement within the transition period. This is a huge gap that needs focused attention, time, energy, manpower, and leadership. Mr. Speaker, I will not ask how much of the projects are not yet implemented and yet to be implemented because earlier it was revealed. Adding up another mega project will burden and bury the absorptive capacity of the transition government, which we do not want to happen. Third, Mr. Speaker, I filed 2 bills, that is BTA Bill number 1 and BTA Bill number 96. The first bill is for the declaration of Cotabato City as the permanent seat of Bangsamoro government, while BTA Bill number 96 is for the creation of an annex Bangsamoro Government Center within Cotabato City. The rationale of these 2 bills is to reduce congestion in the current Bangsamoro Government Center, while not causing such drastic social and economic shocks to Cotabato City, its adjacent municipalities, and the employees residing therein. Under BTA Bill 96, the current BGC will cater only to the policy-making offices, like the Office of the Chief Minister and the Bangsamoro Parliament, while the proposed Annex BGC will house the frontline service ministries, agencies, and offices, which caters to the specific individuals transacting on a day-to-day basis to the Bangsamoro government. Mr. Speaker, we need to preserve and conserve the current Bangsamoro Government Center, as this is among the precious properties and historical landmarks of the successes of the Bangsamoro struggle. Fourth, Mr. Speaker, it is also worth mentioning that I'm not against sharing the wealth of our region to the municipality of Parang. We want the development of our region to extend all throughout its territorial jurisdiction. But if we want Parang Maguindanao del Norte to be developed, simultaneous with other areas like Cotabato City, let us focus on its comparative advantage. Pulyo, Freeport, and Ecozone is in Parang Maguindanao del Norte. Let us concentrate on developing this because it is a low-lying fruit. We need to augment the current infrastructure and in leading to current infrastructure in and leading to the area. Improve the proper supply, power supply, ensure water and drainage systems functionality, ensure efficient internet connectivity, and designate good administrator. By then, we have a better chances of attracting locators or investors to the Freeport. Mr. Speaker, unlike the establishment of the seat of the government in Parang Municipality, the development of Pulyo, Freeport, and Ecozone has been explicitly considered in the Bangsamoro Development Plan, BDP 1 and BDP 2. Mr. Speaker, it has to be implemented if only to develop Parang Maguindanao del Norte. Fifth and the last, Mr. Speaker, this bill lacks feasibility study. Clearly, what was presented to us was a comparative assessment of the proposed sites of the government center, which is accordingly identifying Parang Municipality as the most advantageous area. Mr. Speaker, on the contrary, Cotabato is still the most advantageous according to a paper of an urban and environmental planner from the University of the Philippines, Mindanao. Mr. Speaker, the feasibility study should have informed our decision whether the proposed transfer is technically sound, economically and financially viable, environmentally safe, politically acceptable, and socially winnable to the hearts and minds and souls of the Bangsamoro constituency. Unfortunately, we do not have the feasibility study that supports this bill. Mr. Speaker, for me, this bill is not yet ripe for consideration, and for all of these reasons, I abstain from voting this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Anay atin, Susana. Antao Muhammad Kili.
Kita ako sa geographic area.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
You may proceed.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillah wa bihi nasta'in wassalatu wassalamu ala asrafil anbiya'i wal mursalin wa ba'da assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Ang pagpatayo ng isang tahanan ay tanda ng kaunlaran. At ang pag-extend ng lugar ay isa rin sa tanda ng kaunlaran at kapayapaan. Kaya po narapat lamang po na bilang bagong gobyerno, itong Bangsamoro Autonomous Region Muslim Mindanao ay magkaroon ng kanyang sariling tahanan. Na tahanan na doon siya makita at doon malaman na doon siya naninirahan upang sa ganon ay makita ang kanyang kapabilidad, ang kanyang dignity dahil ito ay bunga ng paikiusap at paikibaka ng ating mga Bangsamoro. Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes for this bill para makita ang development ng Bangsamoro. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Arnado Mirian. Asnawi Dans. Babaw Ali Muntaha. Basman Ana Tarhata. Kandaw Bay Maliha.
My vote is yes.
Dilanggalin Hasimi. Dumama Alba Shah Iliha. Ibrahim Ahud. Ismail Suharto.
May I proceed?
Thank you very much. أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم. السلام عليكم ورحمة الله تعالى. Mr. Speaker, I wholeheartedly support the bill proposing the permanent transfer of the Bangsamoro government seat to Parang Maguindanao. This move will undoubtedly foster development and growth not only in the municipality of Parang but also in the entire region. The transfer of government seat will bring about numerous benefits, including increased economic activity, improved infrastructure, and enhanced access to government services. It will also provide a boost to the local economy, creating new job opportunities and attracting investment. As a member of this esteemed assembly, I urge my colleagues to join in voting in favor of this bill and let us work together to promote progress and prosperity in our beloved Bangsamoro. Therefore, I cast my vote with a resounding yes to the approval of this bill.
Point of order.
Balindong Pangalian.
Thank you. My name was omitted. That's why I'm raising a point of
Istino
order.
Matarol.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi ta'ala wa barakatuh. The Set of Government Act will be a landmark piece of legislation that will yield extensive and beneficial result for the Bangsamoro government. Inshallah, the legislative intent of the bill is focused on the relocation of the current government center to Parang Maguindanao, enabling the Bangsamoro government center to discharge more efficiency in the delivery of services, the same services that are presently hampered by various hindrances, including the traffic congestion, which lead to delays of projects and programs, as well as environmental degradation, not to mention the increasing costs of living for the government workers. This representation would like to envision a Bangsamoro government center that is better equipped with convenience, accessibility, and efficiency to serve the Bangsamoro people and improve their quality of life through moral governance. The proposed site has been vetted through series of studies, and the bill has undergone the process of legislation. For this reason, I vote yes in favor of the passage of BTA Bill number 43. Thank you so much. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh.
Gaya Abdullah. Gira Edward. Haji Abdullah Khalid.
Mr. Chair, dear colleagues, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. I would like to explain my vote, how I came up. I would like to explain how I came up with my vote just to clear my intentions. After all, this body is still for public service and as far as moral governance is concerned. Even before the establishment of BARM, when we were still armed way back in 1993, the seat of government has always been in Cotabato City. It is the place where our government grew and settled for 3 decades. This is a public knowledge, but I would like just to emphasize this fact. After all, every one of us here are traditional and sentimental in character, and I know you understand where I am coming from. The Bangsamoro Government Center of Cotabato City, which was formerly known as the Office of the Regional Government, is not only a home to the passionate employees and employers of our noble government, but also the home of thousands of fellow Bangsamoros in Cotabato City, whose main source of income is what they earn from Bangsamoro government itself. I am referring to the tricycle drivers and other drivers of the same classifications, the merchants, small businesses, and the likes. These self-employed individuals, most of which are striving to put food on their tables, have put their lives on the line hoping to earn from the basic necessities of the government. These significant facts should also be considered. The same goes to the employees of our government, the backbone of our office. Some, if not majority, are settled and have finally settled here in Cotabato. We would indirectly be dictating them to come out of their comfort zones and add more burden on their already burdened shoulders. I cannot imagine adding more expenses on their long struck list of expenses considering the inevitable inflation which confronts our economy day by day. This too should be put in consideration. There are unending factors to be considered, and most of which are for the general welfare of our fellow Bangsamoros. After all, the ultimate purpose of this legislative body is to serve our fellow Bangsamoros, and it would be best to serve everyone without putting anyone into prejudice. I would be one of the happiest if the incumbent Bangsamoro Parliament can realize the establishment of a world-class legislative office and offices of the other departments wherein the future legislators, head of departments, and employees can all share a united space to strengthen their bonds for greater good. But we can easily do this without prejudicing and sacrificing anything and anyone. An instance of this is making use of our already available resources, such as this very compound, and build a quality high-rise building with multi-level parking spaces to address parking issues in the compound. Not only will it create offices for everyone, but also be potentially the first ever functional high-rise building within Bangsamoro. Time and again, it must be borne in mind that the 1987 Constitution, aside from being an allocation of power, is also a social contract whereby the people have surrendered their sovereign powers to the state for the common good. Hence, lest the officers of the government exercising the powers delegated by the people forget and the servants of the people become rulers, the Constitution reminds everyone that sovereignty resides in the people and all government authority emanates from them. I have no qualms or whatsoever to the proposed bill because I personally believe as well that the idea is great. Were it not because of those who be left behind, the bill would have been perfect.
May sunog lang. May sunog.
One minute suspension. Taloob siguro. Session resumes. May we request the gentleman from Lanao del Sur to complete his explanation of his vote.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. I am always with the majority in making big decisions, but this time I will abstain to cast my vote for this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So what is your vote? You're abstaining. I think the Speaker of the Parliament has wanted to raise a point of order a while ago. May we recognize the Speaker? Is still on air? Yeah, I think it's still related to the voting. If he's no longer online, we will now proceed. Secretariat, please proceed. Yeah, I think, okay, we will recognize him after everybody here in the plenary has voted.
Hasim Abdullah. Hasan Hatimil.
May vote pag-abstain po na ako sa voting. Thank you.
Iqbal Muhagir. Ismail Rasul. Jajuri Raisa. Jakilan Muslimin. Jikiri Al-Bakil.
Yes.
Kahalandin Martin. Karun Faisal. Lim Jan Anthony.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My vote is yes, but let me explain why for a brief moment. Yeah. Now, the underlying during the interpellation, I was under the impression that the underlying rationale for passing this law is better bureaucracy for better public service. And that's one of the motivations that I'm voting yes for the passage of the bill. And second, for personal aspiration, as well as collective aspiration. And I hope and pray an aspiration shared by many of us in the other parts of the region, meaning to say from the island provinces, as well as from those in the northern Mindanao, as well as in the southern central Mindanao, to operationalize particular provision of the Bangsamoro Organic Law, particularly Section 35, Article 7 of the Bangsamoro Organic Law. And with the permission of the Speaker, may I read briefly. The Bangsamoro Autonomous Region shall have 3 sub-regions, namely Southwestern Mindanao, North Central Mindanao, and South Central Mindanao, all within the Bangsamoro territorial jurisdiction. I hope with the passage of this important piece of legislation, this will pave the way for the passage by this Parliament, by the honorable members of the Parliament, a bill operationalizing this particular provision of the Bangsamoro Organic Law for the benefit of all constituents of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker. Yes.
Loong Benjamin, Loong Don Mustafa, Lorena Jose.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can I avail of a few minutes to explain my vote?
You may proceed.
Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Dear colleagues, Peter Drucker once said, change is the only permanent thing in this world. Perhaps the parliament is given the opportunity to change not only the structure of government, but the way development should be had in the Bangsamoro region. I'd like to reiterate that under Section 1, seat of government, the parliament is mandated to select the area for transfer. And historically, the same bill has been under MMA Act 35, has been done by the Regional Legislative Assembly. My only reservation at the time was because under Republic Act 1954, funds will be coming from the national government. But today, we have to bear the costs for the transfer. Nonetheless, I am hopeful that we will be faithful to the mandate of the organic law. The organic law prescribed for an inclusive development for all the Bangsamoro region. That is why, as already stated, which I would like to restate, under the same Section 25 of Article 7, the region was subdivided into sub-regions. In fact, the idea of appointing deputy chief ministers from two regions outside from the region of the chief minister is because we need to be inclusive in our development. We should not experience the experience of the past, even the Philippines, when we approach development from the perspective of core to periphery. I don't like to make Milan Maguindanao or parang as the core and the rest of the Bangsamoro as the periphery. But there are historical antecedents which will guide us in the development of an inclusive region. One is Turkey. Originally, the political and economic capital of Turkey was Istanbul, but they have to relocate their center to Ankara to allow a simultaneous development of the region. In Islamabad, it is also true. In other countries of the world, they have this perspective. We cannot wait for the spread of development from Cotabato City or from Parang to spread to Tawi-Tawi, which has an obstacle to development because we are divided by sea. On this note, I support the bill. This particular bill changing because the idea is we will be true to our mandate to have good governance in the Bangsamoro. And with good governance, I assume that will not only be focused in the development of Parang, but it will be the development of the Bangsamoro region as a whole. I hope that the mandate under Section 35, as provided for with the prescription for Deputy Chief Minister, will be enhanced further so that we can develop simultaneously. I imagine the day that Lanao will become the educational center in the island provinces, it will become the economic center. We hope that this approval of the bill to transfer from Cotabato will modify the concept of core to periphery and will usher in simultaneous inclusive development for the Bangsamoro. I will support this bill with the hope that moral governance will assure us of an equity, inclusive, and unifying development for the Bangsamoro. Parang may have been chosen, but the choice is the choice for change. A change in our concept, a change in our mentality, because dividing one core periphery at the expense of other will not only be a disarming obstacle to the development of the Bangsamoro, but will be a cause of frictional divide that may lead to the destruction of the entire Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. I hope the development Parang as the political center will usher in the development of other regions. I am now voting yes because I believe that moral governance under our transition, under the leadership of the MILF, will be faithful not only to the signed agreement, but to the letter in intent of Republic Act 11054. I vote yes.
Makapaar Abdullah. Makasalong Marjani.
My vote is yes.
Tanong Amrosi. Makasalong Marjani.
Proceed with the next MP.
Na-disconnect.
Di siya nag-vote?
I think one of the requirements is for them to be properly identified. If you cannot properly identify them, please don't count their vote.
Makatanong Amrosi. Maglangit Tarhata. Malik Hamid. Mantawel Bailing. Mastura Isak. Matalam Jaafar Apollo Mikael. Mawalil Amil Bahar.
Hello. Mr.
Proceed.
Speaker, Mr. Speaker, I was asked about my opinion on this particular bill. When we talk about the center of government, lagi po nating tinitingnan yun sa perspective kung saan nanggaling yung isang MP. At tingin ko kami ni MP Eddie Ali bilang galing sa Sitangkay and Tawi-Tawi ang pinakamalayong when we talk about Cotabato City and Parang. So to be honest, it will not make a dent doon sa proximity when we travel from Sitangkay Tawi-Tawi to Cotabato or to Parang. Hindi po siya nagmamatter sa amin. But when we accepted BARM, we wanted reforms and changes. But we also would like to emphasize yung kung anong agenda namin, bakit kami nandito mga taga-Basulta. I hope and we hope na after the discussion of this government seat, we also would like to start a discussion about strengthening the sub-regions mandated by the BUL. Because at the end of the day, ang purpose po natin dito is to bring our services closer to our people. And this is also to address yung mga certain sectors of our society who are saying that they are being marginalized. So we hope to start the discussion about strengthening the sub-regions when we talk about the BARM setup. Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes. Thank you.
Mendoza Froilin.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes.
Midtimbang Michael.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Alhamdulillahi wa bihi nasta'in wa ba'd. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh. Mr. Speaker, Deputy Speaker, floor leaders, and fellow members of the Parliament, I have come to the conclusion that transferring the administrative capital to Parang is a viable option that could bring significant benefits to the region. Allow me to present my argument below. Firstly, Cotabato City is currently experiencing severe congestion and overcrowding issues. The city has a population of over 300,000 and the government offices and facilities are concentrated in a small area, leading to traffic congestion, a lack of available housing, and other urban issues. Relocating the administrative capital to Parang would help alleviate these problems by reducing the number of people and businesses in Cotabato City. Secondly, Parang is currently located within the province of Maguindanao del Norte. It is also near Marawi and Lanao province, and most importantly, has more land available for development. The municipality also has access to seaports, airports, making it an ideal location for the administrative capital. Building new government offices and facilities in Parang would enable the government to create a more modern and efficient administration. Furthermore, the creation of administrative capital in Parang could stimulate economic growth and development in the region by attracting more business, investment, tourism, and other economic activities. This could lead the increased revenues for the government, which could be used to further finance development projects and improve the quality of life for the people in the region. In conclusion, transferring the administrative capital from Cotabato City to municipality of Parang is a viable and beneficial option that could bring significant long-term benefits in the region. I believe that this proposal deserves serious consideration. I urge all members of the Parliament to support the bill after carefully evaluating the potential benefits of this transfer. I vote yes.
Mid-timbang tawakal.
A'udzu billahi minasyaitonir rajim. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh. Beloved Chief Minister, Speaker Pangalian Balindong, my fellow honorable members of the Parliament, fellow government servants, Mr. Speaker, I stand before this honorable august body to express my support to this bill because I believe that having the seat of government in the municipality of Parang can give us more opportunity in terms of economic development that would pave a way to the success of this government. Nevertheless, let us preserve, protect, support the development of Cotabato City because of our historical past that once Cotabato City is part of that history. Therefore, Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes. Wabillahi taufiq wal hidayah. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi taala wabarakatuh.
Misuari Abdul Karim.
Vote is yes.
Misuari Norrida. Mitmog Rasul Jr.
Allow me to use my 2 minutes, Mr. Speaker.
Proceed.
Mr. Speaker, my vote is yes. And for this reason, ang reason po talaga, Mr. Speaker, is we are hopeful na magkaroon ng development. And that development, pag nalipat po natin sa Parang, for the Bangsamoro. Ibig sabihin, ang makikinabang po talaga is Bangsamoro. Hopeful na yung local contractors natin, yung mga gagawa ng architectural design ay from the Bangsamoro. Dahil nasabi ko po, Mr. Speaker, na yes yung aking boto, alam na natin na ito yung for the reason of development. Pati for the future ng space para sa Bangsamoro. Subalit, Mr. Speaker, hiningi ko po itong oras na to para ma-emphasize po sana dahil sa bill po natin, sinabi magkakaroon tayo ng committee. Ito yung committee to establish the seat of government of the BARM. Then may 10 years po ang Cotabato to establish its economic gains from the next 10 years from the BARM. So nais ko po sana emphasize, Mr. Speaker, na sana yung committee at nasabi naman sa bill na dapat bigyan niya ng tingin yung Cotabato City. Kasi Cotabato City used to be the seat of the biggest empire province in the whole of the Philippines. Palit ng palit po, Mr. Sir. Sana for the next 10 years, bibigyan ng pansin ng committee na mabigyan ng matamang pondo yung Cotabato City na ma-establish niya yung sarili niya for the next 10 years. Dahil gusto natin makakita ng madaming cities sa BARM. Parang City, Cotabato City, Lamitan City, Marawi City. At lastly, Mr. Speaker, interested din tayo dahil na-trigger na din yung provision on the seat of government ng BARM. Sana po ang sunod dito is yung sinasabi ng ating mga colleagues, si MP Jetlim pati si MP Amir, na yung mga sub-regions ma-establish para dahan-dahan ma-establish po yung economic development ng buong BARM. Salamat po, Mr. Speaker.
Monyo Susain. Urano Unsuaib. Pakasim Ubayda. Pak Abdul Wahab. Pangandaman Nabila Margarita. Parkasio Randol. Piang Ramon, Senyor. Ramos Jamila.
My vote is yes, Mr. Speaker. If I may be allowed to briefly explain my vote.
You may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My vote is yes for the transfer of seat of government to Parang, Maguindanao del Norte as the new seat of the government of the Bangsamoro Autonomous Region in Muslim Mindanao. Mr. Speaker, as a member of this parliament, I am for change. The general welfare and development of the Bangsamoro people is our utmost priority. I earnestly look forward to witnessing the positive impact this landmark legislation will bring to the whole Bangsamoro region, inshallah. As such, fears and doubts shall not overcome our collective will to make positive change work for all. That would be all, Mr. Speaker. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi ta'ala wabarakatuh.
Salindab Said. Salik Ali. Sangke Ali.
May I qualify my vote?
You may proceed.
Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. My fellow members of the Bangsamoro Transition Authority, as member of this body, I was looking into how our Chief Minister can succeed, our boss, the Chief Minister, how he can succeed. And a leader, to my studies, that the cordon sanitaire or the people around him can make and unmake a leader. And my vote in this very good program of the Chief Minister is to open the minds. I have not seen any study to justify the putting up of our office in Parang. And I have been with the government for so many years, mga more than 40 years na ako. And this is a decision, we're making a decision, and I have not seen a thorough study on how to justify transferring to Parang. And I'm guided by so many orders of the national government to make the Muslim better Muslim. When talk of the arm, now BARM, there was an executive order 142 issued on December 10, 1993. This pertains to the asset and property of the SPDA, which was turned over to the